Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May be peace upon all of us.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May be peace upon all of us.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. No bumper. Okay. I'm Alda,
And I'm Yunus.
and it is a great honor to welcome you all to the second International Conference on Sustainability and Technology in Climate Change 2025. E-Governance and Sustainability Institute is proud to extend the promotion of research and publication to advance the sustainability and technology in climate change studies. We would also like to extend our warmest welcome to the Honorable Prof. Eko Priyo Purnomo from the E-Governance and Sustainability Institute, and also the Honorable Prof. Bambang from Master of Public Administration, Universitas Mula Warman, and the Honorable Prof. Jamaluddin from Universitas Muhammadiyah Sidenreng Rapang.
This conference brought together many experts from different multidisciplinary delegates, universities like Eötvös Loránd University, Indiana University, Bradford University, National Cheng Kung University, City of Göttingen, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, Mindanao State University, University Utara Malaysia, etc., to successfully holding this conference. And we also like to thank our sponsor for this conference, Pupuk Kalimantan Timur, and also the Bank BTN.
The conference aims to provide an international platform to all of the eminent young researchers, academicians, government organizations, NGOs, communities, private sectors, and environmental organizations to share and discuss the adaptation of sustainability and technology that can help addressing the climate issues.
So participating in this conference will provide a unique opportunity for all the participants to develop new connections and collaborations. The conference is focused on strengthening ties among researchers around the globe to better and more efficiently tackle the problem and provide solutions to the climate change.
This event brings together scholars, practitioners, and students to discuss the grand themes of the conference entitled with Green Technology and Governance, Accelerating Global Sustainability Goals, the concepts that are more even relevant to today's world today. To begin our program, I invite everyone to stand and join in singing our national anthem, which will be led by Ms. Aulia Kartika Putri.
Jadi pandu ibu. Hiduplah tanahku, hiduplah negeriku, bangsaku. Negeriku yang suci,
So now we will hear a series of welcoming remarks from our distinguished speakers. So first we would like to invite the chairwoman of the Second International Conference on Sustainability and Technology in Climate Change, Ms. Tiara Khairunisa, to deliver her welcoming speech.
And then the Honorable Prof. Bambang from Magister Administration Public, Universitas Muhammadiyah Mula Warman, Samarinda. The Honorable Prof. Jamal from Universitas Muhammadiyah Sidereng Rampang, and as well as representative from Pupuk Kalimantan Timur and fellow student, academic, and conference participant. On behalf of the organizing committee, it's my great pleasure to welcome you on the second ICSTCC 2025. We are honored by your presence, which reflect our shared concern and commitment in addressing climate change through the perspective of sustainability and technology. Ladies and gentlemen, the ICSTCC is biennial agenda initiative by ASEE. The first conference conducted in 2022 in Yogyakarta. Due to COVID pandemic and activity restriction, it was conducted fully online. Despite those challenges, the conference was attended by more than 120 participants from 6 countries. This achievement laid important foundation for our second conferences. Today, we gather again virtually from Yogyakarta for second ICSTCC under the theme Green Technology and Governance, Accelerating Global Sustainability Goals. This theme reflects our belief that global sustainability can only be achieved when the science, technology, and governance work hand in hand. This year, conference bring together participants for at least 10 countries. supported by many renowned university and institution, including Hungaria University, Indiana University, Bradford, and so many university. The committee has received 89 abstract and 101 full papers, which will be present and discussed throughout these conferences. This number reflected the growing interest of scholars and researchers in the climate change issue. We also extend our science appreciation to the co-host university who collaborate with us from Universitas Putra Batam and then Universitas Dr. Sutomo Surabaya, Master of Public Administration Universitas Mula Warman, Universitas Ngurah Rai Bali, and Universitas Muhammadiyah Sidereng Rampak as our strategic partner. We are also grateful to main sponsor from PT Pupuk Kalimantan Timur and also from Bank BTN, whose contribute they have made this conference is possible. This conference serves a platform to exchange the idea and also sharing research finding and strengthening corporate among the researcher, academic, and government institutional. Together, we aim to find the solution to increasingly complex challenges of the main challenge to build the stronger international collaboration for the global sustainability. Finally, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all parties, keynote speaker, presenter, participant, sponsor, co-host, and organizing committee for their invaluable contribution to the successful of the second ICSTCC 2025. May this conference bring a meaningful outcome, generate the new idea and strengthening of the collective step toward the more sustainable future. Thank you. That's all for me. Enjoy this conference. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Tiara, for the inspiring words.
And next, we invite the Director of E-Governance and Sustainability Institute, Prof. Eko Priyopurnomo, to deliver his opening address.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank very much indeed. First, to the keynote speaker. There are a few keynote speakers that are coming and join here. The first one is Professor Dr. Klaus Subacek coming from University of Groningen, Professor Bibi Anand coming from University of Bradford, and then Professor Asli Enrici coming from University of Indiana, USA. And the next one, I would like also thanks to our co-host or our partner here. There are Professor Bambang from MEP Universitas Mula Warman, and then Prof. Jamaluddin coming from Universitas Muhammad Citirang Rapang, and our partner as well coming from Pupuk Kaltim, who always support us. And there are a few co-hosts that also support us. For example, Institut Pemerintahan Dalam Negeri, Professor Dr. Hilalul, and then we also thanks to our partner from Bali, Professor Ida, and then we also want to say thanks to our partner as well from Universitas Putra Batam. And other thing we also want to like to say thank you very much for Universitas Unitomo Surabaya, Professor Siti Ma'riyah. And I think all the co-hosts that we are really happy to have with you here, and also from Bank Tabungan Negara Indonesia who always support us. And the next one, I want also to thanks to all the reviewer. There are many reviewer here who already work here. For example, Agustiara MPA, and then we also have Dina Fauzia, and then we also have uh, Tiara Indonesia, and then we also have many reviewer here that I could not uh, mention here. The next one, I also want to say thank you very much indeed for our co-host from the foreign country. For example, from Thammasat University, and then Konkan University, University Utala Malaysia, and then University of Bradford, and then National Cheng Kung University, Professor Chen Puhung, who always support us, and many universities that if I make a mistake about the names, I do apologize. And anyway, we want to say that when we're talking about the climate change, when we're talking about technology, I think it's the best time for us to talk about that technology and climate change. It should be work linearly, that we should be collaborate together. And I want to say also, it's the best time to us to discuss, to elaborate how to get the best way, the best pathway to solve this climate change and those kind of issue related to climate change, and what we can do so far, and then what we shall do so far. I think that's the main idea of the issue. That's those things. I also want to say that this conference actually is the second conference. In the previous one, we also received around 200 applicant, and this conference as well, we also received nearly 200 articles, but we only accept maybe around 95 article. So once again, it's so competitive actually. Ada beberapa hal yang ingin saya sampaikan dalam bahasa Inggris. Pertama, terima kasih kepada para co-host beberapa perguruan tinggi yang saya sebutkan tadi, baik dari Universitas Unitomo, Universitas Sidiring Rapang, Universitas IPDN, kemudian Mula Warman, MAP Mula Warman, kemudian dari Universitas Putra Batam, kemudian dari Indra Prasa Bali, dan kemudian dari Pupuk Kaltim, dan juga saya ucapkan banyak terima kasih juga dari Bank Tabungan Negara Indonesia dan beberapa mitra, terutama juga saya ucapkan banyak terima kasih yang sebesar-besarnya kepada para reviewer, para panitia yang telah bekerja keras karena Anda, maka acara ini ada. Berikutnya juga saya meminta maaf, sebenarnya acara ini sebenarnya online, tapi karena partisipasi Bapak Ibu luar biasa ingin datang ke Jogja, maka kita ucapkan banyak terima kasih. Karena acara sebelumnya memang kita desain betul-betul hybrid juga, tapi memang real online. Itulah kenapa pertimbangannya kita acara adakan di hotel, tidak kemudian di kampus yang kemudian kita bagi beberapa kelas. Karena memang desainnya memang sejak awal kita online. Tapi ini yang kemudian memang desainnya, karena memang kita ingin mengelaborasi lebih banyak bagaimana 11 negara ini berpartisipasi. Jadi partisipasi kita adalah ada 11 negara yang kemudian kita ingin mendiskusikan tadi. So anyway, actually we really want to create this event to be fruitful. So we are design this event to be online actually, but because of your part support, many of you want to come as well. Actually, Tiara and Diva, they know how many participants they really want to coming, but we say please. Actually, we really want to you have here, but we want to make sure that your accommodation something like that. So I really suggest you to come online, but that's all. I think many of you are still coming, but many of you are still online. But anyway, thank you very much indeed for everyone. And I do hope after this event, we can do more collaboration, do more publication, joint research, and something like that. Enjoy the conference. Hopefully, we are happy to have you. Akhirul kalam. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Eko Priyo Purnomo, for your warm welcome and encouragement on the issues of sustainability and climate change.
So for next, we like to welcome one of the representatives from Popo, Kalimantan Timur, Mr. Lendi Wibisana, who is a partner and a sponsor of this conference, will share his important remarks. So we would like to invite him to the stage. So please, floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Ashley Enrici from Indiana University, United States, Professor Eko Priyopurnomo from the E-Governance and Sustainability Institute Indonesia, Professor Klaus Hubacek from University of Groningen, and Prof. Bibi Anand from the University of Bradford, United Kingdom, esteemed Professor Dr. Haji Jamaluddin Ahmad, Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Sindareeng Rapang, Profesor Dr. Bambang Iriawan, Coordinator of the Master of Public Administration, University of Norman, all researchers, fellow participants, fellow co-hosts, and honorable guests. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang saya hormati para penyelenggara Second International Conference on Sustainability and Technology in Climate Change, para akademisi, praktisi, rekan-rekan industri, serta seluruh peserta yang hadir secara luring maupun daring pada pagi hari ini. Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati, sebagai perusahaan yang bergerak di bidang industri pupuk dan kimia, Pupuk Altim menempatkan keberlanjutan sebagai landasan utama dalam setiap strategi bisnis dan program tanggung jawab sosial perusahaan. Kami percaya bahwa pertumbuhan industri harus berjalan seiring dan berkelanjutan bersama lingkungan dan kesejahteraan sosial tentunya. On behalf of PT Kalimantan Timur, allow me to extend my highest appreciation to the E-Governance and Sustainability Institute, together with its university partners and corporate collaborators, for convening this significant international forum. This conference provides an invaluable platform to exchange ideas, innovation, and collective commitments in addressing the pressing challenges of context. We are well aware that achieving the sustainability development goals cannot be realized without cross-sector collaborators between academia, government, industry, and communities. In this conference, we are honored to share our contribution through 3 international journals. The first, Standing with Coastal Area, Conservation of Marine Parks and Coral Reef Media Facilities, highlights our initiative in supporting coastal conservation and coral reef ecosystem protection in collaboration with local communities. The second, Realizing Sustainability Food Sovereignty, PKT Berseri, CSR for Independent Agricultural Ecosystem in Bulu Tanah, demonstrates our integrated community empowerment model for sustainable agriculture. And third, Circular Agriculture Social Innovation through Industrial CSR, a model for food security and sustainable economy. Introduces an innovative approach to circular agriculture, strengthening food security while promoting a sustainable economy. This journal are case studies, but a testament to how as a catalyst for positive change in environmental conservation, food sovereignty, and social innovation. Akhir kata, izinkan saya menutup sambutan ini dengan henti. Presiden Soekarno once said, dream as high as the sky, so that when you fall, you will fall among the stars. Bermimpilah setinggi langit, agar ketika engkau jatuh, engkau akan jatuh di antara bintang-bintang. Masa depan milik kita, masa depan hak kita bersama, maka bersama kita berkolaborasi. Semoga dari event ini kebersamaan, kolaborasi, sinergi bisa tercipta dan terelaborasi dengan baik. Selamat berseminar Bapak Ibu semua. Terima kasih atas kesempatan yang telah diberikan kepada PT PUB Kalimantan Timur. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay. We'd like to thank Mr. Lendi Wibisana for his meaningful speech and warm welcome.
Now we would like to present a token of appreciation for also Mr. Lendi Wibisana, representing the Pupuk Kalimantan Timur. Prof.
Okay, look,
Eko,
yeah.
To ensure a smooth flow of our program, we would like to invite Mr. Abu Jahil to lead the prayer session. Mr. Abu Jahil, I'm sorry. The floor is yours.
استغفر الله ربي من كل جنب واتوب اليه لا حول ولا قوه الا بالله. اللهم امين. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنه وفي الاخره حسنه وقنا عذاب النار وقنا عذاب سكرة الموت وقنا عذاب الحشر وقنا عذاب الفلسرة وقنا عذاب اليوم القيامة. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. ربنا فاغفر لنا ذنوبنا وكفر عنا سيئاتنا وتوفنا مع الأبرار. رب ارحمهما كما ربياني صغيرا. ربي زدني علما ربي زدني علما ربي زدني علما. ربنا تقبل منا إنك أنت السميع العليم وتب علينا إنك أنت التواب الرحيم. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. الحق لا إله إلا الله محمد رسول الله. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abu Jahid, for leading the prayer session. I'm sorry for the mispronounce also. Now, we would like to move to the keynote speech. We warmly invite Ms. Lubna Salsabila in the Zoom and also as the operator to conduct the keynote speech on the topic of green technology and governance, accelerating global sustainability goals. Please welcome.
Good morning, distinguished guests, respected speaker, and dear participant. It is my great honor to welcome all of you to the second Indonesia International Conference on Sustainability and Technology in Climate Change, organized by E-Governance and Sustainability Institute. This year, our conference carries the theme Green Technology and Governance, Accelerating Global Sustainability Goals. The theme reflects our shared commitment to addressing the climate crisis through innovative technological solutions, strong governance system, and inclusive collaboration. It emphasized that sustainability is not only about technological advancement, but also effective policies, equitable partnership, and collective action across all sectors of society. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to all of you for being here, whether in person or virtually. Your presence shows a strong commitment to advancing collaborative action and meaningful research for the benefit of our environment and society. We are deeply honored to have as our keynote speaker, Professor S.N. Ritchie, a professor of philanthropic studies and McFamily Fellow of Environmental Resilience and Philanthropy at the Lilly Family School of Philanthropy, Indiana University, Indianapolis, which expertise in span environmental philanthropy, climate change adaptation, coral reef restoration, and sustainable governance practice. Her research strongly resonates with our theme, highlighting how philanthropy and governance can complement green technology in accelerating progress toward global sustainability goals. Allow me to briefly share today's flow of the event. In the beginning, we will have a welcoming remarks by the keynote speaker address for Professor Enrichi, and followed by some share information about her current research. And finally, we will also have a sharing by Professor Eko Priyoparnomo. I encourage all participants to actively engage, ask questions, share your perspective, and make a connection. Together, we can create not only meaningful discussion, but also sustainable solution. Without further ado, it is my great pleasure to invite Professor S.N. Ritchie to deliver her keynote address on this year's theme, Green Technology and Governance, Accelerating Global Sustainability Goals. Please join me in giving her a warm round of applause. To Professor S.N. Ritchie, stage is yours.
Suaranya belum.
Your project highlighting the Packard Foundation's influence on marine conservation social movements, particularly in Fiji and Palau. We'll dive into how the foundation shaped agendas via their grant-making and funded initiatives, drawing connections to highlighting the Packard Foundation's influence on marine conservation social movements, particularly in Fiji and Palau. We'll dive into how the foundation shaped agendas via their grant-making and funded initiatives, drawing connections to highlighting the Packard Foundation's influence on marine conservation research from the Ocean Philanthropy Research Initiative, a 6-year project. We'll dive into Foundation's influence on marine conservation social initiatives, drawing connections to highlighting the Packard Foundation's influence. We'll dive into how the foundation research agendas via the Ocean Philanthropy Research Initiative, a 6-year project. We'll dive into Foundation's influence on marine conservation social movements, drawing connections particularly in the Packard Foundation's influence. We'll dive into how the foundation's research agenda and the ocean philanthropy research initiative, a 6-year project. We'll dive into Foundation's influence on marine conservation social movements, drawing connections particularly in the Packard Foundation's influence. We'll dive into how the foundation's research particularly in the Packard Foundation's influence. We'll dive into how the foundation's research particularly in the Packard Foundation's influence. We'll dive into how the foundation's research particularly in the Packard Foundation's influence. We'll dive into how the foundation's research funded initiatives, drawing connections to broader themes such as the dynamics of grant making and foundation impacts on social movements. Notably, the Packard Foundation's collaborative bottom-up approach resulted in significant positive influence. After the presentation, I invite you to discuss the foundation's influence as either just or unjust, legitimate or illegitimate. The Packard Foundation's collaborative bottom-up approach resulted in significant positive influence. So just to be clear, I'm presenting to you today a little bit of either just or unjust, legitimate or illegitimate background on the bigger research project that took place over 6 years, and then we'll zoom in on a specific aspect. I'm presenting to you today a little bit of either just or unjust. Project originated from conversations in 2017 between our teams over 6 years, and then we'll zoom in their decades-long funding. Specific aspect. I'm presenting to you today. This juncture presented an opportunity to deepen understanding. Project originated from conversations fostered effectively between our teams over 6 years, and then we'll zoom in. Additionally, environmental philanthropy representing with gift to you today. This juncture presented an opportunity to deepen understanding. Project originated from conversations fostered effectively between our teams over 6 years, and then we'll zoom in. Additionally, environmental philanthropy representing with gift to you today. This juncture presented an opportunity to deepen understanding. Project originated from conversations fostered effectively between our teams over 6 years, and then we'll zoom in. Additionally, environmental philanthropy representing with gift to you today. This juncture presented an opportunity to deepen understanding. Project originated from conversations fostered effectively between our teams over 6 years, and then we'll zoom in. Additionally, environmental philanthropy representing with gift to you today. This juncture presented an opportunity to deepen understanding. Project originated from conversations fostered effectively between our teams over 6 years, and then we'll zoom in. Additionally, environmental philanthropy representing with gift to you today. This juncture presented an opportunity to deepen understanding. Project originated from conversations fostered effectively between our teams over 6 years, and then we'll zoom in. Additionally, environmental philanthropy representing with gift to you today. This juncture presented an opportunity to deepen understanding. Project originated from conversations fostered effectively between our teams over 6 years, and then we'll zoom in. Additionally, environmental philanthropy representing with gift to you today. This juncture presented an opportunity to deepen understanding. Project originated from conversations fostered effectively between our teams over 6 years, and then we'll zoom in. Additionally, environmental philanthropy representing with gift to you today. This juncture presented an opportunity to deepen understanding. Project originated from conversations fostered effectively between our teams over 6 years, and then we'll zoom in. Additionally, environmental philanthropy representing with gift to you today. This juncture presented an opportunity to deepen understanding. Project originated from conversations fostered effectively between our teams over 6 years, and then we'll zoom in. Additionally, representing with gift to you today. This juncture presented an opportunity to deepen understanding. Project originated from conversations fostered effectively between our teams over 6 years, and then we'll zoom in. Additionally, representing with gift to you today. This juncture presented an opportunity to deepen understanding. Project originated from conversations fostered effectively between our teams over 6 years, and then we'll zoom in. Additionally, representing with gift to you today. This juncture presented an opportunity to deepen understanding.
Thank you very much. Sorry, everyone. There is some delay here. There is some issue about the connection, especially the connection coming from the Asle. So I think I would like to share what is the Asle message. Okay. Masuk nggak? What's happened? Kenapa ini? Kenapa ini? Astagfirullah.
Beda Zoom.
Masukin.
Ini YouTube itu. Aku pencet, saya pencet dulu. Masih info ya.
Mana Zoom-nya mana?
Ini. Saya pencetkan dulu. Iya,
Ini udah bagus kok suaranya.
Wait.
Mana Zoom-nya tadi?
Ya, tadi kepencet ini.
Nih.
Nah, itu.
Oke, gedekan aja. Ya. Oke. Ya.
From 2018 to 2020. This highlights Foundation's immense influence despite smaller budgets than governments. Our research aimed to unpack how foundations shape conservation amidst this growth in environmental giving. The growing awareness and action in the philanthropic sector have led to what some are calling a new green era of giving, with record donations towards protecting nature and a shift in philanthropic priorities. Climate change and its impacts on ecosystems are reshaping the objectives and goals of many foundations, committing substantial resources to address environmental challenges. Foundations, despite their smaller budgets, are playing a significant role in supporting environmental causes, with their influence on conservation agendas being a dynamic and multifaceted process. This surge in funding arrives at a pivotal moment. As the perils of climate change, ecosystem degradation, and biodiversity loss escalate, humanity faces greater risks. Concurrently, we are witnessing expanding gaps in the financial resources required to support vital environmental initiatives. And as we delved into earlier this semester, there's also been a rising demand for foundations to operate justly and with legitimacy. Part of this is to understand better how they are operating and the impact they're having on the governance systems and the ecosystems that they're supporting. This uptick in environmental philanthropy that we've been seeing coincides with the broader societal reckoning on social injustices and wealth disparity. The larger backdrop has intensified the scrutiny and critique directed towards the realm of philanthropy, and that is nonetheless true for environmental philanthropy. And finally, despite the important role of foundations as significant donors who support conservation and climate efforts, it's noteworthy that there's a limited amount of social science research dedicated to foundations in the environmental domain. For example, there are huge gaps in our understanding of the functions foundations serve in the broader landscape of environmental governance, and more so specifically in the subfields of the environmental sector like marine conservation. For this project, we employed a methodological approach known as knowledge co-production from the very start. As defined in the quote you see here, This approach is termed as a process that iteratively brings together diverse groups and their ways of knowing and acting to create new to transform societal outcomes. So there's an emphasis on the iterative process of bringing together different groups and their unique ways of understanding and acting. The goal is to collaboratively develop new knowledge with the potential to influence societal outcomes. So the idea is not just that the researchers are producing the knowledge, but that it's being produced with the people who are being interviewed. Participatory research design has been around for many years, although there are different forms it has taken over that time. It has the potential, in theory, to redistribute power from researchers to stakeholders. This approach fosters pertinent, equitable research and boosts outcome quality through mutual trust, enhancing data credibility and resonance within the target audience. I'd like to note here that even our research questions and methods themselves were crafted in collaboration with the study participants. We spent a full year asking people, both at the foundation level who work in ocean conservation and practitioners of ocean conservation and marine conservation in Fiji and Palau, what our research questions should be, and I'll get to those in just a moment. The methods for the specific research output that I'm sharing with you today consisted of 82 semi-structured interviews of practitioners of marine conservation in Fiji and Palau. I also included the results of an analysis of 34 Packard-funded initiatives that involved hundreds of interviews and surveys, as well as a quantitative analysis of the initiatives and the conditions that affected those initiatives' outcomes. Throughout our study, the broader 6-year study, and for this as well for the specific research objective, we conducted knowledge co-production workshops. We extended invitations to research participants, offering them an opportunity to dive into our preliminary findings. Their insights were invaluable as they helped to refine, add depth, and further nuance our research results, ensuring a more comprehensive and collaboratively formed outcome. I also want to take a moment to discuss our relationship with the Packard Foundation. The Packard Foundation, along with the M.A. Cargill Philanthropies, are the two funders for our project. The Packard Foundation funded the first 2 years of our research, and the M.A. Cargill Philanthropies funded the final 4 years of the research. Simultaneously, the Packard Foundation emerged as a core research subject. They are also a research participant in our study, so our relationship with them is threefold. They're our donor, they're our research subject, and they're a research participant. Our study aimed to explore the legacy of their support within Fiji and Palau, and with them being significant funders of our research, we gave extensive consideration to the project design in order to minimize any potential bias, conflicts of interest, or even the perception of conflict of interest or bias. One of the ways that we did this was through the participatory and collaborative nature of the project. So we weren't the only ones creating the knowledge or even asking the research questions. We had hundreds of participants, including people from other foundations, as well as marine conservation practitioners to help us with that. The foundation was just one of many participants. Additionally, in general, our relationship with the foundation was characterized by objectivity, and the foundation from the beginning said that they wanted to learn from this exercise. But to further maintain the research independence and objectivity of our work, we established a research advisory committee with representatives from foundations, academia, and local stakeholders. Our participatory project design also helped support this. The Packard Foundation, while integral, represents just one participant in our research, and our collaborative approach helped maintain objectivity and minimize any potential bias, or even the perception of it. The Research Advisory Committee oversaw our research from start to finish, and we are still engaged with them today. Now, I'd like to briefly discuss the Packard Foundation's contributions in Fiji and Palau. As illustrated in this graph, between 2010 and 2016, the Packard Foundation was the leading global funder for marine conservation. The foundation has had a profound impact, particularly in the Pacific nations of Palau and Fiji. Initiating in 1998 and continuing for over 2 decades, the Packard's Western Pacific program became the principal private supporter of marine conservation in these regions, with their grant activities culminating in 2020. Often, island nations are categorized as small island developing states. However, there's a perspective that offers a more apt and just representation of their rich culture, heritage, and vast landscapes. That is, viewing them as large ocean nations. And I invite you to adopt this perspective while I give you a very brief background on the two countries involved in our study and throughout my talk today. Fiji is an archipelago of over 300 volcanic islands. It's also a biodiversity hub, with over half of its birds and plants being endemic. It's home to the University of South Pacific and initiatives like the globally famous Locally Managed Marine Area initiative. Fiji juggles being a beacon for conservation with challenges from economic development and tourism. Palau is a pristine archipelago of more than 300 islands. It boasts incredible biodiversity with a population of just 18,000 people. It grapples with conservation challenges amidst the economic growth and heightened vulnerability it faces to climate change. You're now viewing our 4 primary research questions for the broader 6-year study. While today's discussion will focus primarily on the first of these questions, I'm presenting all 4 to you to give you a broader perspective. The first question is, how do foundations work in conservation? Beyond the financial support that we know they offer, what roles do foundations assume? Our discussion today will shed light on this by examining their influence on marine conservation. The second is, what are the best practices for managing donor exits in conservation? This is about when a donor stops funding an organization, an issue, or a geography, what's the best way for them to manage that? We'll talk about exits further on in the semester and discuss the implications of a foundation's exit on different initiatives they fund. The third question is, what happens to foundation-supported conservation agendas when donors depart? How can we explain differences in outcomes? This third question is currently in the writing phase at the time of this recording. It focuses on the aftermath of foundation-backed conservation after the donor's exit. The fourth is, what do stakeholders and donors perceive as the legitimate role of foundations in conservation? This aspect of our research seeks to understand the perspectives of both donors and the grantees, as well as other communities affected by the support of the donors. So again, these are the 4 big research questions from our 6-year project, but today, I'm going to zoom in and focus on one aspect of that first question. So within that first question about the roles of foundations, what they're doing in conservation, we're specifically going to look at how donors influence marine conservation agendas and thus environmental movements today. I just want to take a quick moment, though, to provide you a definition of some terms. The term conservation agenda encapsulates the overarching direction of marine conservation and its significance relative to other concerns. This encompasses specific priorities from national strategies to individual organization agendas in Fiji and Palau. Conservation priorities pinpoint key objectives and practical efforts spanning research, action, and policy. In essence, conservation agendas shape and guide the priorities, steering the broader social movement. From both residents of Fiji and Palau to the donors themselves, we heard this question: how do foundations influence conservation? This question isn't just localized. Researchers too grapple with this. Despite a wealth of discussion around foundations' roles within environmental movements, a discernible gap persists in the literature regarding their tangible impact. Dominant theories posit an overwhelming influence of foundations in shaping agendas. However, empirical studies verifying this are very limited. Today, I spotlight this issue through the lens of the Packard Foundation's marine conservation efforts in Fiji and Palau. Our initial findings suggest that while the foundation did indeed mold conservation priorities, the narrative is more intricate than commonly theorized. Historically, philanthropic endeavors have substantially amplified environmental causes. Still, the mechanics of their influence on conservation agendas and how that plays out, whether they're preserving their societal stature or more nuanced, warrant deeper exploration. Now I'll share with you our results. I'll start by discussing the extent and nature of the Packard Foundation's influence on conservation agendas in Fiji and Palau, as well as the ways in which they were able to have that influence through both their grant-making approach and in an ongoing way through the ideas, people, and projects they funded. There was almost universal agreement among respondents that the foundation indeed had a significant effect on the marine conservation agendas in both Fiji and Palau. You can see from this quote here, one respondent said, "I think the Packard Foundation has actually helped set up the priorities for the next 20 years. In regard to how practitioners perceived the influence of the foundation, the vast majority of our respondents held a positive view of Packard's influence. They spoke highly of the organization's role in shaping the marine conservation priorities in both Fiji and Palau. Second, respondents described the Packard Foundation's approach as distinct. They juxtaposed Packard's approach with other donors, including both other foundations as well as public funders. In regard to what priorities were affected, these included those you see here. The enhanced profile of marine conservation nationally, the long-term conservation strategy, related policy, governmental focus on marine conservation, and the focal points of specific nonprofits or research institutions. This extended to the discourse on conservation too. Knowledge generation around key issues and specific conservation activities, such as fisheries, protected zones, and ecosystem-based management approaches. Additionally, there were shifts in the conservation network structure, defining who and how various entities collaborate. And finally, there were concerns that significant funding led to conservation's monetization and a potential westernization of priorities. And as I said earlier, while the vast majority of respondents had a very favorable view of the foundation's influence, but there were a few exceptions to this, and these were noted most often in relation to major shifts in Packard's strategy or changes in program staff, or in regard to the impacts of engaging funding intermediaries who subgrant or redistribute funds. In Palau, a few interviewees expressed concern that foundation funding, amid other political, social, and economic processes, may have played a role in the shift away from local and indigenous models of conservation, which historically relied on strong customary marine tenure institutions. Specifically, there were concerns that conservation practices had become monetized and that external funding, including that from Packard, may have contributed to a general westernization of the local marine conservation agenda. As you see from the quote here, it says, "We also should be protecting the great diversity of systems for managing natural resources. You got to be careful about how we do conservation, because now an unintended consequence of how we're doing it is that we've made it really expensive. You know, now there's an expectation of money for doing conservation, when it used to be just sort of a traditional conservation ethic that we all do as part of our service to our community." One other thing that I want to make very clear is that while respondents agreed that the foundation did indeed have an effect on the conservation agenda, what really stood out when looking at the data was that the descriptions of the way that this happened was really in contrast with some of the theoretical scholarship on this topic. It wasn't just the foundation pushing their own agenda on people. Instead, respondents described it as happening through a mutual process between the donor and practitioners. This quote captures it nicely. Packard is only in the country through their grantees. They certainly come in and out, they have their meetings, but the meaningful sustained engagement is through the grantees. The grantees were crucial and had much agency in the way that the foundation influenced the agenda. Keep that in mind as we continue through the presentation. I'll go over these briefly and then go into each in more depth in just a moment, using some quotes to also help illustrate what these mechanisms are about. The first way in which the foundations influence the agenda is through their grant-making approach. This is about the ways in which the foundation engaged with grantees and other practitioners of marine conservation. So essentially, providing a certain type of support and working with people in a particular way allowed them to have an impact on what people prioritized or were able to prioritize. The second is about the legacy of the foundation. People reported that some of the initiatives that the foundation supported continue to have an effect on what is prioritized, or in other words, what is valued or done in practice over long periods of time. So zooming in a little further on grant-making approach, these are the 7 aspects of the foundation's grant-making approach that practitioners told us enabled the foundation to have such a significant influence on the agenda. I'll go over each of these in turn, but I'll read the list briefly here. The first is long-term relationships. The second is collaborative decision-making. The third is convening and promotion of collective action. The fourth is long-term investment. And finally, flexibility. The first aspect of this grant-making approach is long-term relationships. Many people described how the foundation developed a meaningful relationship with practitioners, not just grantees though. That includes people who directly received grants, but also others in the conservation community, including people who worked in government and at research institutions and beyond. This was described differently than how funding decisions were made. It was about a mutual relationship and back and forth between the foundation staff and practitioners, which helped to inform priorities when foundation staff acted as thought partners and really listened to practitioner perspectives. One respondent said this: "The foundations that I have the most respect for are the ones that spend time listening to people from the place and their perspectives and what they think are the needs on the ground and the way forward. Packard certainly did a lot of that over the years through various different program officers, and they've always done this." The next aspect of grant-making approach is collaborative decision-making. When asked how the foundation affected conservation priorities, many respondents told us that it was in part the extent to which the foundation included them in conversations that informed the foundation's funding decisions. By choosing to fund particular initiatives, the foundation supported practitioners to focus on certain topics, implement ideas, and engage in methods of practice. I think it's important to acknowledge here that while the power to decide what gets funded ultimately may lie with the donor, the vast majority of initiatives were ideas that originated with practitioners working in Fiji or Palau. People also talked about developing ideas in collaboration with the foundation. The quote here says, "They really helped us understand that just because the foundation had the money doesn't mean they tell us what to do." And that meant a lot to us. It gave us a lot of inspiration that, the idea that the solution has to come from within was really important because it became the driving force. It became the foundation that lasted beyond that. The next aspect of grant-making approach is convening and promotion of collective action. When asked about how the foundation affected conservation priorities, respondents also talked about how priorities had been shaped when the foundation encouraged and facilitated meetings among grantees or other practitioners, both locally, regionally, and internationally. Respondents described these meetings and collaborations as being informative and educational and important for shaping ongoing and future work. A respondent described it like this: "The foundation has shared other initiatives, and it was a nice marriage of ideas, sharing from other places. But the other thing is, because they're allowing a bit more coordinated approach between the grantees, the sum of the parts equals something bigger." In some cases, this meant conservation practitioners could learn from people working on similar issues in other geographies. In other cases, this meant the foundation brought together different stakeholders within Fiji and Palau, like research practitioners and government. In many cases, this was welcomed, but there were a few instances people felt the collaboration was more forced. Many practitioners felt that longer-term funding was also an important part of how the foundation affected priorities. Respondents reported that longer funding timelines allowed practitioners to prioritize what was important and to align initiatives with local conservation needs, which also aligned better with realistic timelines for affecting change. One respondent said this: "But the other thing with Packard is because their funding is consistent, it doesn't just end within timeframes. We're not limited to deliver on like those 2-year, 3-year timeframes like other foundations, because we know Packard is going to be consistently supporting the process." Flexibility was one of the most prevalent ways in which practitioners described how the foundation affected marine conservation priorities. By having flexible donor support, practitioners reported being able to prioritize things that were relevant to the local context. Less frequently discussed, but we did hear a few times here, when there was less flexibility from Packard's end, there was some frustration and a need to seek funding elsewhere or alter priorities. But more generally, we overall heard a lot of voices saying that the foundation was extremely flexible. Some described flexibility in the design of projects and also how circumstances or needs might change during the initiative or in the middle of a grant. And donor flexibility would give them the opportunity to adapt their strategy as necessary to focus on what was important for effective conservation. The flexibility of the foundation was often described in contrast to other donors, particularly public funders. As one person put it, Packard gave so much flexibility. They had so much understanding that at the community level, a lot of things can go wrong, and that was okay with them, but we learned from that, we adjusted our plans, and we moved forward. Now I'm going to explain how the foundation influenced the conservation agendas by focusing on the people, ideas, and projects they funded, and how this resulted in a sustained long-term impact on the conservation agenda. The first aspect of this ongoing influence is knowledge generation. This foundation supported scientific research and facilitated community knowledge building. Their support for diverse topics from policy analysis to ecological studies greatly expanded the conservation knowledge base. Professionals noted how this research reshaped conservation priorities and decision-making processes across community, organizational, and governmental levels. You can see from the quote here, one respondent said, Packard funding actually provided us with the funds to research at the community level as well as some biological surveys. These are very essential. Such information is very, very useful in informing decision-making processes and management plans, not just at the community level, but also taking this to the government level to push for changes in policies. The Packard Foundation's commitment to capacity building also had a lasting influence on the conservation of Fiji and Palau. The foundation heavily invested in enhancing the skills and infrastructure of local individuals and organizations, empowering them to continue conservation efforts beyond the period of Packard's direct funding. While most feedback on Packard's capacity building initiatives was positive, there were instances of perceived misalignment with local needs and occasional concerns about the empowerment of certain individuals or agendas. But most beneficiaries of the program subsequently played pivotal roles in conservation in different ways. And generally, there again was positive perception of this. Some of these beneficiaries also ended up playing pivotal roles in government conservation decisions, as you can see from this quote. So I think Packard's impact was huge, providing opportunity for some Palauans to build their capacity doing this work, and a lot of us who were just starting out then are now making decisions for government. Our research highlights several key insights for donors and practitioners aiming to influence conservation agendas. Firstly, agenda setting is a dynamic, multifaceted process encompassing various stages of the grant-making cycle, from idea initiation and grant negotiation to its long-term impacts. This not only shapes specific conservation goals, but also determines who is the authority to establish these goals, particularly emphasizing local capacity building. Secondly, the mechanism through which donors like Packard influence conservation agendas are intricate, rooted in processes like building sustained relationships, enabling collaborative decision-making, and fostering adaptive measures for changing circumstances. Contrary to some existing literature, the Foundation's influence is marked by a nuanced approach, with Packard prioritizing collaboration and respect for practitioners over dictating terms. This ethos led to a notable influence in both Fiji and Palau and the positive perceptions by practitioners. However, despite many of Packard's strategies being appreciated by practitioners, some found certain aspects overly prescriptive. A comprehensive assessment of Packard's impact necessitates considering the perspectives of local communities and stakeholders directly influenced by the conservation initiatives. Evaluating the extent to which these communities' priorities are integrated into the agenda-setting process is crucial for a holistic understanding of its success, and this is something we were not able to include in our research. We spoke mostly with conservation practitioners, but not always with the communities that were impacted directly. This is an area for future research. Our study does underscore the pivotal role philanthropic foundations can play in shaping environmental agendas, as supported by prior research in marine conservation. Some scholars argue that foundations exert too much influence over local to global environmental movements. Such dominance can sometimes overshadow local values, cultures, and priorities, leading to negative repercussions for both communities and ecosystems. Our findings introduce a more nuanced perspective. The impact of donor influence hinges on its execution. When donors collaborate with grantees as co-creators of conservation agendas, these agendas can become more attuned to local needs, leading to more equitable and just outcomes. It's essential, however, that grantees genuinely engage with the affected parties. Further empirical studies are needed to delve deeper into this dynamic.
Okay, thank you very much, Ashley.
Thank you so much to Professor Oxley for the very encouraging information about the today theme, which is called involve the collaboration and also about the sustainability. To wrap up, from Enriching presentation has laid a strong foundation for this conference. It reminds us that in our collective mission under the theme Green Technology and Governance, accelerating global sustainability goals, technology is only part of the equation. Governance, institution, and social participation, justice, and alignment between sectors are just as critical. As before we move to our next agenda, we would like to take a moment for a photo session with our esteemed sponsor, whose support has made this conference possible. We kindly invite our sponsor to come forward to the stage for the group photo. Your presence is not only an honor for us, but also a symbol of our set commitment to advancing sustainability and innovation. We also invite our distinguished uh, keynote speaker, Professor Eko Priyopurnomo, for the photo session. Please come forward. All right, everyone. Let's make this memory of our journey together towards sustainability. One more applause for our sponsor.
Okay, we may continue, Lubna.
Okay, thank you so much to our sponsor. Let's moving forward to our next agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to introduce our second keynote speaker, Professor Eko Priyopurnomo, SIP, MSc, MRes, PhD. Professor Eko Priyopurnomo is a distinguished scholar in the field of public administration and government studies and currently serves as a professor at Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. He earned his academic credential through a strong track record of research, teaching, and community engagement, with a focus on multidisciplinary research that bridge theory and practical policy implication. Professor Eko is notable for being recognized as the youngest professor in the government study at Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta when he was appointed as professor. Beyond his academic achievement, he is actively involved in national scholarly network and association. For instance, he holds a position as a member of advisory board of the Asosiasi Ilmu Pemerintahan Perguruan Tinggi Muhammadiyah since 2013 until now. His recent work emphasizes the importance of relevant, impactful research, particularly in governance, public policy, health services, infrastructure development, and legal frameworks in Indonesia. Today, Professor Eko Purnomo will be sharing his insight on sustainability and technology, offering a perspective that connects governance, sustainability policy, and role of the institution in accelerating the achievement of global sustainability goals. Please join me in warmly welcome Professor Eko Purnomo. Stage is yours, Professor.
Thank you very much, Lubna. Is it my voice clear from you?
Yes, it's clear.
Okay. Okay, very good morning, everyone, and ladies and gentlemen. I would like to talk today about something that is very important, which is about renewable energy. And in this question, actually, we want to talk about what is the challenges when we're talking about renewable energy, particularly when we're talking about renewable energy in the global context and Indonesian context. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as Lukna mentioned before, this is my education background. I did my undergraduate in Gajah Mada and my master in Gajah Mada and my second master in University of Leeds and my PhD in University of Bradford, focus on sustainability and public policy. Currently, I'm a professor in University of Madya Jakarta, as well as the director of e-Government and Sustainable Institute. And I have some experience become visiting professor in United States, Korea University, and Thailand and Malaysia. Okay, when we're talking about renewable energy, there are a few things that we would like to explain. The first one, we want to talk about the introduction. What is the renewable energy? Why renewable energy is important, and what we can do for supporting the renewable energy. The next one as well, we want to talk about what is the economy and social potential when we talk about renewable energy, and then the economical impact of the changing about renewable energy in the utilization, and then the structures, particularly in terms of governance. What kind of structure and governance that we can do to support the renewable energy? Okay. Let me introduce the first thing. Why we talking about the renewable energy? Suaranya? The first one, we are talking about global energy in renewable energy. There are several issues. The first one about the rapid growth of renewable energy and capacity has been growth. So as we understand, actually currently we are talking about the capacity of rapid growth of renewable energy is very rapid. The second one is about the cost reduction of technology and advance. Because currently the cost reduction when we want to implement, reduce, reproduce renewable energy, there is cost reduction. The next one is about the policy commitment and about how the policy commitment can boost, can support the renewable energy implementation. And the next one we want to know about in Indonesia. Actually, in Indonesia context, the potential of renewable energy is enormous. Once again, the potential of renewable energy is enormous. However, we have a problem. We have an issue about how to implement the renewable energy implementation, how to develop renewable energy in Indonesia. This is the issue why we have to buy one. As I mentioned before, Indonesia is abundant about natural resources, but on the other hand, we also have an opportunity to create renewable energy. The next one is about the importance of sustainable economics. when we're talking about renewable energy, and then we want to implement the renewable energy, we have to concern about the economics and as well as the social sustainability when we want to implement renewable energy. But we not focus on the economic. Maybe in the renewable energy cannot be implemented smoothly. Maybe in the renewable energy cannot be implemented on sustainable way, because I think it's very common that people always think about the economic things, not only talking about renewable. That's why we have to focus as well about how to support renewable implementation in dealing with the economy as well. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and all the participants, when we're talking about the renewable energy potential, actually currently about the energy source, the big one, I think we still have coal. In here, we can see when we're talking about coal, it's nearly 25%. And then the oil is around 24%. And then the third one is about natural gas. And the other things about nuclear, 4%. And then hydropower, 6%. And then wind, still 3%. And then modern bio is still only 1.9. And then the traditional biomass, still 6%. This is the consumption in the global context. Once again, this data show that many energy source that we use currently is still coming from non-renewable energy. You can see everyone, the first one is coal, the second one is about oil, the third one is about the natural gas. So it's a proof that when we're talking about renewable energy, the big problem current issue is about most of energy sources that we use now is still coming from black resources. That's why if in Indonesian case, or maybe in Europe, or maybe in other developed countries, they support electric car, electric vehicle, but they forgot where is the electricity coming from. The electricity coming from this one, from this big one, that we call it something. This is big or black. Sorry to say, maybe unrenewable energy sources. This is the issue that we have focused upon, the availability of energy. That actually in terms of energy is we have a very lot of capacity. We have a very enormous resources. And then we're talking about renewable energy. It has a significant economic potential. So we have to understand, and I think everyone already knows, when we're talking about renewable energy, there is still many opportunity here because of most of the energy that we are coming and that we use now still coming from non-renewable energy. So there is still an opportunity to support and use the renewable energy. The next one, when we're talking about the ecological impacts and the challenges in renewable energy, we have to concern as well. Why? Where we have to focus on about the economical as well as ecological issue and the impact as well. When we're talking about that one, actually, we are talking about the development of renewables. Pakai ini aja. When we're talking about the renewable energy, I think there is an energy installation such as the wind and the hydro. So the first issue is about the installation, how we can install the most economical installation when we're talking about hydro and wind power. In many cases, when we're talking about the hydro and then about the wind power, the most expensive one is about how to install that one. The next one is as well is about the disturbance of the local ecosystem. When we want to establish the installation of renewable energy, we have to concern about as well the social impact. For example, if you want to establish the solar panel, when the solar panel is too big, so maybe we have to concern about what's happened in the local community when we want to install the very big one, wind power. So we have to concern in which area that we have wind or something like that. Good and heavy wind, and then in which area that we can get access something like that. The next one, there is issue about the ecosystem and changes. When the ecosystem changes, we have to concern as well. For example, we try to establish water as renewable energy, but what happened when we have a problem with scarcity? There is not enough water anymore because of deforestation, because of there is no more river. So this is the ecosystem change as well. It's a big issue. For example, we already established Buil, the very big dam, but the forest in the other side, there is no forest anymore. So there is a problem with water capacity. There is a problem about water dam as well. The next one, we about the soil exploitation, and then the challenges to the renewable energy, and then about the technical constraint. So, for example, about the technical constraint as well, when we want to establish renewable energy, is about is it the technology is sustainable or not? Is it the technology can be implemented easily in this local community? So, what happened if we already established the solar panel? If we already established, for example, the heat, but the local community doesn't agree. What happens if the local community say we don't need the electricity because we still think that the electricity is not safe for us? For example, we want to establish nuclear power, but many areas they disagree, they against the nuclear power. So this is another issue about the social challenging as well. So the next one, I would like to give the example about one issue that currently we have a research. So once again, this is a research that currently we are ongoing research. This is 2-year ongoing research. This research was established with me, Eko Priyapurnomo, and then Dr. Teguh, Dr. Mujiono, and then we have Dr. Desi, and then Tiara Korinisha, and then Muhammad Reda. We are currently trying to support establishing renewable energy, how we can develop, how we can install, how we can build the wind power. So once again, we want to establish the wind power as the source of renewable energy. When we're talking about Indonesia case, there are many areas actually, particularly in remote area. Maybe Java Island, maybe Sumatra Island doesn't have problem about the electricity. But what happened with the rural area, for example, Merauke, Alor, and then island Alor, island of Karimun, and many islands that is a very remote area that they cannot get good access. So I think we really suggest we can build the wind power as the source of electricity. This is the example of the electricity. I mean, this is the map of Indonesia, the potency of wind power Indonesia map. Next one is about, this is the issue about the wind potency in Indonesia. Especially, particularly, we want to focus in offshore area because wind, I think everyone already knows, wind will be stronger than in the land when we are going to the beach. Once again, wind will be stronger if we go to the beach. But which area is the most strongest? The most strongest wind is in offshore. So when we're talking about wind, the most strongest is not in the land. The land, there is a wind, but it's not strong enough. But we have to go to the beach. But the beach is not strong enough. The most strongest wind power is in offshore. That's why currently we we want to create a feasibility studies in which particular area in Indonesia we can support, we can build the offshore plant power. And this research as well still ongoing. The research is supported by the research and pengembangan Dikti Saintek, as well we got support from PLN or National Electricity Power Plant. This is another issue. Last but not least, I think there are a few things that we want to emphasize here when we're talking about the renewable energy. The first one is about the structures. We have a potential. We have a potency, we have a policy, but what should the government do? What should the stakeholder do? There are several things that we want to focus. First one is about wise policy. We have to focus how to make a wise policy, that the policy is support the renewable energy as well as the society as well. The second one, we want to make sure about the collaboration. So when we're talking about the electricity, when we're talking about the renewable energy, I think we have to focus as well about how to support the collaboration. The government can create a policy, but without collaboration among stakeholders, so the policy maybe will be nothing. So the government should support the policy about the, for example, those industry use or support renewable energy, they can get reduce of the tax. For example, all those industry who use renewable energy and already try to build renewable energy plants, maybe they can get some benefit, not only about tax, but maybe they can get some subsidy, for example. But at the second step, we have to focus as well upon the collaboration between academia, industry, government, and the society as well. The society as well should be aware that renewable energy is important, that all the people, all the stakeholders in the globe should be understand that we really need it. And next one, when we were talking about this one, is about the relevant. Is it very relevant to talk that one? Last but not least, because there is no enough time, we want to talk about that one. So upon the conclusion, once again, we really need about how to support renewable energy. But currently, more than 75% energy that we use is still coming from unrenewable energy. And what we call it is very unstable, and they already produce a lot of carbons. So this next one, we are really agreeing that currently the potential of renewable energy is enormous. So we have to support the good policy, and then we have to establish the collaboration. I think that's all for me. We are looking forward for your question and answer, and all the participants on behalf of the organizing committee as well, particularly I'm on behalf of e-government sustainability. I'm really happy to have you here and looking forward for your comment and suggestion. Thank you very much, Lubna. I will pass this time for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Eko Priyo Purnomo, for that insightful keynote presentation. Now we will open the floor for a question and answer session. This will be a wonderful opportunity for both our on-site participants here in the venue as well as our colleagues joining us online to engage directly with the keynote speaker. Here are a few simple guidelines for the Q&A session. For the participant in the room, please raise your hand, and when I call you on, kindly introduce yourself briefly before asking your question, and a microphone will be provided. For participants joining us online, please type your question in the chat box or use the raise hand features if you like to speak directly. Our technical team will help you to moderate this question. We will take around 3 until 4 questions first, and then allow Professor Eko to respond the question. And if there is enough time, we will continue with another round. So let's begin. May I invite the first question from our on-site participant? For the online participant, you may also can, or you want to type it in Bahasa Indonesia. If you are afraid to write it in English, you may also write it in Bahasa, and we will accommodate it for you all. So please raise your hand. Okay. Okay, there is one question from Nakula.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, it's crystal clear. Please
Yeah.
ask if you are, is it possible to open your camera and introduce yourself first?
Yeah. My name is Nakula. I'm from Liberia and also a student at Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. My question is to Professor Echo, and basically I want to ask about the issue of renewable energy. He gave the data that we are mostly stay dependent on non-renewable sources. So my question is basically on global policy in the context of palm oil. We know that palm oil is crucial. If you look at the tension between Europe and producing countries of palm oil like Indonesia. Indonesia is producing the palm oil more, but then Europe is against the palm oil due to environmental issues. So these are creating a kind of global tension. So I want him to give his opinion about how can this issue be addressed between countries in terms of having solution towards renewable energy. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question, Mr. Nakula. Professor Eko Prepodemo, I think it's will be more effective if you answer the question first, and then we will move for the next question. Please, Professor Eko.
Okay, thank you, Lubna. Thank you, Nakula. A very good question. When we're talking about palm oil, yes, palm oil is one of sort of renewable energy, but I think, in my opinion, it's just about economic and political fighting. So once again, when we're talking about the palm oil industry, I think we have to talk about as well about the economic and political fighting, because Indonesia, Malaysia, Ghana, for example, is one of source of palm oil industry. Indonesia is one of the biggest palm oil industry in the world. But on the other hand, there are many other oil coming from Europe and America. For example, they are coming from sunflowers, and then for example, coming from the corn oil and other things. They're less productive. Once again, they are less productive compared to the palm oil. I think when we're talking about that one, this is the reason why Europe always against us. This is why Europe always say no for palm oil from Indonesia. But it's okay. If Europe doesn't accept, once again, if Europe doesn't accept our palm oil, that's okay. There are many customers needed. For example, Indonesia already got proposal coming from India. Indonesia still got big proposal coming from Africa, coming from China. They request to Indonesia, please send your palm oil to us, because we really need it. They need it not only for cooking, they need it for cosmetic, they need it for creating the medicine. On the other hand, they want to build as well the biofuel. And we're talking about that one. So actually, Indonesia as well, we still need the palm oil, because at the same time, Indonesia use palm oil not only for cooking, not only for food consumption, but we need it to boil our biofuel as well. For example, currently Indonesia already boil oil, I mean the biofuel, 40% of biofuel coming from palm oil. So this is the other one. So in one point, yes, when we're talking about Europe, I think we can negotiate. If they want to buy, that's okay. If they don't want to buy, that's okay. Just go ahead. Just leave it them alone. Sometimes, even though I'm graduate from the Europe, sometimes I say, there. Sometimes we have to say which one we are say this is important or not. Because in my opinion, we have to concern our domestic interest, not we only focus on the global interest. This is the first one. The second one, yes, we have to support the palm oil industry that in Indonesia, they have to build palm oil industry on sustainable way, because in some area, maybe they boil palm oil not on sustainable way. For example, they only boil the palm oil industry, just cut down the trees, they just cut down the forest, or they can burn the land. Sometimes they're not concerned about that one. So this one is issue as well. So that's why we have to promote, we have to encourage our stakeholder in Indonesia or Malaysia or something like that. Please build the palm oil industry on sustainable as well. Not only looking for money, but also looking for sustainable way. I think that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Eko Prapanama, for the insightful answer. To Mr. Nakula, does it answer your question? The explanation from Professor Eko?
You say yes.
Okay, wonderful. I'm glad it clarified the point. Thank you for raising such a thoughtful
Yeah,
question.
I'm magician, so I know it.
Thank you so much, Prof. All right, let's move maybe moving forward for the next question. Do we have another question from our participant? Please kindly raise your hand for our online participant, and for the offline participant, you may also raise your hand so the committee there can give you the microphone for the question session and answer session. All right, it seems like most of our participants may be still reflecting on the valuable points shared by our professor. Sometimes a presentation that give us so much to think about that it takes time to process, Professor. Therefore, to keep our session moving smoothly, allow me to arise one question, Professor, if it's allowed. I have one question on behalf of the audience. Professor, in your point of view, what is the most urgent action that governments and institutions should take in the next 5 years to ensure that the green technology and government can truly accelerate global sustainability goals, especially in Indonesia context? Thank you, Professor.
Okay. When we're talking about what should government and society do to support sustainable development goals. So in my research, I think we come back to the renewable energy. First, government should create and implement a policy that support the sustainable goals. For example, the government should implement and also create the policy that support on renewable energy. For example, the government should give very high tax. Once again, the government should give very high tax to industry who still use their source coming from non-renewable energy. So that we call it, this is a kind of incentive and disincentive. So for the industry who doesn't use renewable energy sources, they will keep this incentive. For example, high tax and then high price, something like that. But for those industry who support renewable energy sources, so the government should give incentive. The incentive, for example, they can give permission less than 3 days, for example. All the government should give no tax for the industry who want to build the electricity plant coming from renewable energy, or for example, the government should give reduced tax when they produce some products they use from renewable energy. So we call it incentive and disincentive. The second one, the government as well, they have to give some subsidy. The subsidy to support research, to support kind of the implementation of renewable energy. For example, the subsidy goes to the society as well as goes to the researcher who want to focus on the research on sustainability. This is what the government should do. The next one upon the society. I think we have to encourage our society as well that renewable energy is important, not only for us right now, but it's also for our future generation. Because if we still use non-renewable energy sources, so it's mean that we exploit this earth as many as you can. So we destroy everything. So we have to encourage our society that we have to use renewable energy as well. The next one is about the collaboration, as I mentioned before. We have to collaborate among all the stakeholders. The renewable is a key important to support the development of the society and also the nation. We have to support the developing of renewable energy to make sure that this tiny world, once again, that this tiny world can be survived as long as possible if we move from unrenewable to renewable energy. I think that's all for me. Thank you very much indeed, Lubna.
Thank you very much, Professor, for the insightful perspective. I believe this gives us something concrete to reflect on our moving forward. Okay, furthermore, is there any more question from our participant? I think we have another one in the chat box. Let me read it for Professor Eko. In this new knowledge for hello, Mr. Eko. This is a new knowledge for me, and I'm interested. I know Indonesia is surrounded by so many beaches, but is wind energy sufficient and to meet the national energy demand?
Mm.
The question is coming from Citra, Professor.
Yeah, actually, Indonesian is very good country, and as well, this country is very, in my opinion, Indonesia is really heaven. Why? We have natural resources, abundant natural resources. For example, we have oil, gas, coal for support our life. If the coal, gas, and oil is gone, so we still have other things. For example, we still have sunlight, so we can establish solar panel. So we have many beaches because we have more than 70,000 islands, so we can establish wind power. So as well as we are live in ring of fire, so we can establish the heats from the earth to establish our energy as well. So I think that we don't have any worries about the lack of energy. Just the problem is about in which area, in which focus we want to build on. If we really want to build the wind power, particularly wind power in offshore, I think is one best solution as well, particularly for those rural area, for those remote area. For example, in there is area, for example, from the Karimun, from the area who really far from the main island, from example from Natuna, from Siak, from the other island from Alor, from other island from the area that very far from Biak, for example, we can build the wind plant power. I think this is a very opportunity and very good opportunity, and we can. It's not only talking about money, but it's also, in my opinion, when we build wind power in offshore, is we not only talking about money, but it's also a proof that the state is exists for those area. Because if we not focus on this rural area, so they still lack of resources, they still lack of access, they still lack of electricity. That's a big problem. Maybe for Java Island, Bali, or Sumatra, it's not big issue. But what happened for those area, the remote island, they really need electricity. So I think wind power and solar panel is one solution to support and give a proof that this Indonesian government is exists anywhere, not only in Java, on in Sumatra, on Bali. I think. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Eko, for the explanation. Ms. Chitra said that thank you so much for the explanation.
You're welcome, Sita.
So thank you. Since we are mindful of our time, we will now move to the last question and answer. Is there any more question from the participant, both online and offline participant?
If there is no, so maybe we can close, and then at 10 we can move to the parallel session.
Okay, of course, Professor. So, ladies and gentlemen, since we now coming to the conclusion of our keynote speaker, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to sincerely thank you, to thank our keynote speaker, Professor As Enrichi and Professor Eko Purnomo, for sharing their insightful perspective on our theme, Green Technology and Governance, Accelerating Global Sustainability Goals. Your knowledge and experience have provided us with valuable reflection on how technology, governance, and collaboration can work together
Kenapa? Hmm?
Okay, I apologize. It seems there is a technical issues. For the committee offline, please, you might invite me later after I close this session before moving to the parallel session. Let us give them both another warm round of applause to Professor Eko Priyoparnomo and Professor Asran Richie. Thank you so much, Professor, for the insightful experience and also knowledge. We will now proceed to the next part of our program, the parallel discussion and parallel session. This session will be featuring a variety of paper presentation and discussion that differ to dive deeper into specific topic aligned with our conference theme. For our on-site participant, please kindly check the program schedule in the program book and proceed to the next designated room according to your chosen session. Our committee members will be available to guide you, and for our online participant, breakout room will be already made for us. Please select the room based on the session you wish to join, as indicated in the schedule provided in the program book. We encourage everyone to actively participate, exchange ideas, and connect with fellow researcher and practitioner. Once again, thank you to our keynote speaker and all participants. Let us now move forward for the parallel session. I am Lupina Salsabila. Mohon undur diri, Prof. So for the all participants, let's move on to the parallel session. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. And to all our participants, please also open in the chat box. Mr. Ibnu Rafi Junaidi has already shared the attendance form. Please ensure that you already filled the attendance form for this session and move to the next session, to the parallel session. The breakout room is already available for our online participant that using Zoom as their using Zoom right now. You can choose the breakout room, and for the committee, please also help the online participant to move to their assigned room according to the program book that has been shared previously in our email and also WhatsApp. Thank you.
Matiin tuh. Please everyone rename based on your room so our operator can help you to decide your parallelization, your room if you forgot. Please rename, for example, parallel 1, session 2.
So Ms. Lubna Salsabila for insightful speech. And now, let us now proceed to the next part of our agenda. For the parallel section, it will be start at 10:50. I repeat, it will be start at 10:50. And kindly join your assigned breakout room. If there's any confusion on the breakout room, please do check the program book. Okay. Okay, so for all the participant, please do turn on your camera so that we can have a photo session before we start the parallel session.
Oke, foto sesi dimulai. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Tiga, dua, satu. Terus mau panas white, 3, 2, 1. Oke, udah. For all participants, please join to your parallel to your break room and make sure you uh, enter the break room.
Mungkin sekilas nanti akan
Cek.
Tes 1 2. Tes 1 2. Tes 1 2 3.
Cek. Halo, tes. Halo, cek. Oke, clear.
Hello, my name is Klaus Hubacek. I'm from the University of Groningen. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today. My talk is a global value chain.
namanya? Hah? Udah. Enggak, kalau ini ulang-ulang aja sih. Iya, itu buat apa namanya sesi-sesinya aja.
Hello, Klaus.
Hello, Eiko. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, it's very clear now.
Okay. Seems the connection works for now.
Yeah,
Nice to see you. Very nice to see you.
Me too. Actually, I really miss you and hopefully to see you and meet you in the Netherlands.
Yeah, are you coming to visit us?
How was the weather
I
there?
hope so. Well, I'm now on a small island, and today will be really, really warm. It's the last warm day, I think, 25 degrees.
Wow, wonderful.
Yes, really nice. So it's holidays. My wife's birthday, and so we're on this island. So
Oh, today is your
no
birthday?
work. No, my wife's birthday.
Oh, send my best regards to her. Yeah,
Thank you, I will.
yeah. Sorry for interrupting your personal business then. I hope I can
It's
join.
okay.
Yeah, to celebrate.
Yes,
Get the cake.
yes. That would be nice. How is the conference going?
Yeah,
All good?
it was wonderful. Yeah, many participants coming, and currently actually around 12 participants coming from 12 countries. Yes, and we
Nice.
are
Very
working
good.
out with around 200 article and abstract, but maybe we want to submit and maybe only reduce to be around 95 or 96 article to be published in proceeding and journal. Yeah,
Nice. That
yeah. Thank
sounds
you for
good.
your always can support.
Yes. So what's the plan? That you will play the slides and then I'm there for
Yes.
question and answers?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it
So
okay for you?
when will that start?
No, we will start now. Okay. Tiara and
Okay,
Reda, you
okay.
may start now. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on where you are joining us from. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Welcome. All right. Welcome to the second International Conference on Sustainability and Technology in Climate Change. My name is Muhammad Rifki Amirullah, but please feel free to call me Rifki. I'm honored to guide you as a moderator for this keynote session. As an Indonesian, I carry a sense of pride in representing my country at this international forum, where we are united in learning and exchanging insights. Beyond moderating, I am part of the organizing committee and a master of.
Suaranya keputus.
It's truly inspiring to see. Is it truly inspiring to see this room filled with passionate minds, scholars, practitioners, policymakers, and students who share the same commitment, building a sustainable future through innovation and good governance. With the theme Green Technology and Governance, Accelerating Global Sustainability Goals. This conference emphasized that innovation alone is not enough. Technology provides solutions, but it is governance that determines whether these solutions become equitable, inclusive, and transformative for society. We are deeply honored to present two distinguished keynote speakers who will share their thoughts with us through video presentations. The first keynote speaker, Professor Klaus Hubacek, distinguished expertise in ecological economics. Human environment system modeling and climate change mitigation directly resonates with the grand theme of the second ICSTCC. Hello, Professor Klaus. His extensive research on global carbon footprints, supply chain consumption, and environmental governance provides both conceptual frameworks and empirical insights that are crucial for advancing sustainable technologies and governance models. As a lead author of the IPCC 6 assessment report and a prolific scholar with other 300 publications in leading journals such as Nature and PNAS, Professor Hubacek offers a unique perspective that bridges science, technology, and policy. His work contributes directly to SDGs on energy, sustainable cities, responsible consumption, and climate action, making his keynote especially valuable for inspiring dialogue and innovation at this conference. Let us begin by listening to our first keynote from the Professor Klaus Hubacek, whose work bridges science, policy, and practice in the pursuit of sustainable future.
Apologies for everyone because there is a delay here because suddenly the electricity shut down here for a while. Okay, we want to start right now.
Today, my talk is a global value chain perspective on a just energy transition. This front slide shows already my main research interest. I'm interested in who causes the carbon pollution and the inequality, and you see here on the left-hand side per capita CO2 emissions, and that the global north is mainly responsible. versus the global south, the lower half of the global map in bluish colors. Those countries that are least responsible, and on the right hand side you show the countries how they are affected, and here the picture is reverse, the global north being least vulnerable versus the global south that hasn't been responsible for the mess we are in, showing high vulnerability, and my research is in both areas. In the following I would like to talk about the climate change, give a brief motivation about the topic, the available carbon budget, then talk about inequality in terms of carbon emissions, and then talk about the energy transition, the required need to move to low carbon fuels, and then summarize my talk later on. So let's move forward. Here we see snapshots from, it's entitled Pictures from a 1.2 degree world. You see droughts from 22 or so, 2022. Although nowadays we have what's referred to as climate whiplash, so we could have periods of drought, then followed by high flood events. Here what you see is only drought pictures from around the world. You see in the center, for example, nuclear power plants in France that had to be turned off because there wasn't enough water in the rivers for cooling water. Bottom right, Italy, dried out rivers. Top right, close to my own hometown in Austria, where the lake dried out and fish died and fishermen went out of their jobs. The Scientific American had an article predicting the temperature for American cities, United States cities, and with the headline, "This hot summer is one of the coolest of the rest of our lives," even though we just came out of a heat wave. What's maybe more worrying is what's referred to here in this article in Nature some 6 years ago, referring to existential threat to civilization, these tipping points that have potentially been activated and that lead to a domino effect kind of situation where one tipping point might trigger another one, and so on and so forth. And here this article in Science, this figure from this article shows the same information where we have listed the various tipping points, Greenland ice sheet collapse and so on, and the bars on the right hand show the uncertainty range within which these tipping points could potentially be triggered. The round estimates, the central estimates, is the most likely temperature at which those tipping points could be triggered, and you see, and the blue vertical bar shows you the range that we had agreed to in the so-called Paris Agreement to stay below 1.5 or at least 2 degrees Celsius increase. And you see that some of these tipping points have potentially been already triggered, but due to the inertia in Earth systems, we might not even know that we have triggered some of these tipping points already. Research over the last 10 years on planetary boundaries have shown that climate change is only one of the issues that our fast-growing global economy is dealing with. So here you see those planetary boundaries, 9 or so that have been quantified by now. You see the circle, the inner circle is what's considered the safe operating space, And you see that for some, like novel entities, climate change, biosphere integrity, and so on, we have by far surpassed that safe operating space, so that 6 out of 9 of those planetary boundaries have already been exceeded. The next question I would like to pose is how much carbon can we still emit to stay within those 1.5 degrees Celsius that we as a global community subscribe to in the Paris Agreement? Here you see a stylized figure where we have on the x-axis cumulative total CO2 emissions over the last 150 years or so. This takes account of the fact that CO2, for example, stays a long time in the atmosphere. Therefore, we have to look at cumulative emissions. And on the y-axis, you see the temperature increase since the 1870s. And what we want to achieve is a stop of the increase in temperature that can only be done by not emitting anymore. And so this figure here shows that if we want to stay within 1.5 degrees, then we are allowed to emit a total amount of cumulative emissions of around 2,500 gigatons. If we emit more, say 3,000, then we can follow this graph and we will achieve a 2-degree temperature increase and so on and so forth. So this can be used for informing policies on what will happen if we continue increase emissions. So this figure shows the same picture in a different way. So on the left hand side, the grayish color, we see the cumulative CO2 emissions that we have already put in the atmosphere, and on the right hand we see the remaining budget. Now of course this figure is a couple of years old, so we have already used up a few more years of more than 40 gigatons annually. So we are very quickly using up this budget, and even for the 2-degree target, the net budget has been yearly increasing at a fast rate as our emissions are still going up every year. Here again, same picture. What you see here is that many countries have subscribed to zero emissions, on what's referred to as net zero, meaning here net zero refers to the fact that if we were to follow this somewhat stylized curve towards zero emissions, then we are still emitting beyond even this stylized line, and so whatever area or emissions we have above that, we need to remove from the atmosphere. That's the grayish area below this point. These are the negative emissions that we have to realize, which of course is achieved through either direct carbon capture and storage or through growing plants and sequester carbon that way and similar ways, which of course also has negative side effects on land requirements and potentially increase in food prices and so on. The area up here shows the approximate emission pledges of the international communities, or the intended nationally determined targets for each country, and we see that these pledges are nowhere near to bring us to net zero, and even the previous goals, the so-called Copenhagen climate mitigation targets, were only achieved by a few countries, so we haven't achieved our previous on track to achieve the new set of targets of the Paris Agreement. So let's look a bit at the inequality in terms of who causes emissions, the extent of global carbon inequality. Here we see the global population according on the left bar according to different income groups. So we are now around 8.6 billion people. The dollar numbers refer to the income per day. For different income or expenditure categories globally, the numbers have changed since this publication, although the overall message has not, which is that there is huge inequality. So we see that the bottom 1 billion or so of the global population lives in extreme poverty, which was at that time referred to as earning less than, say, $450, $500 in purchasing power parities. And that share of the global population was responsible for 3% of the global carbon emissions, so barely enough anything. The bottom half, the blue and greenish color, with less than about $1,100 or $3 per day, was responsible for roughly a tenth of global carbon emissions versus the bottom 10% of the global elites. That's mainly people from Europe, Japan, the US, that was responsible for almost close to half or even 43%, depending on how it's calculated, of global carbon emissions. On the right hand, you see the carbon footprint has a carbon footprint of 1.1 tons per year. Here we see the same picture, but for all planetary boundaries, or at least the ones that we have been overshooting. So that's 6 out of the 9, if you remember the image of the planetary boundaries. So the climate change one is the top left. Again, we see the deciles, the top 10% responsible for 43%. Interesting is this inner circle that shows the average footprint for each planetary boundary that is allowed to stay within the boundary. And you see that for carbon, the top 6-7 percentile deciles are way beyond what's allowed to stay within the planetary boundary. If we look at nitrogen flows, almost all global population, or the top 90% of the global population, is consuming more than the allowable amount to stay within the planetary boundary for nitrogen flows. Similar picture we see for phosphorus at the bottom right, and so on. So for each of these we have an overshoot, and there's a huge inequality where the top income earners contribute the most by far to overshooting our ecosystems and what's here referred to as planetary boundaries. So we can see already that these trends require a massive energy transition. Let me start with some good news for a change. We had an enormous drop in the prices here less so for traditional power generation. You see coal, the price has stayed flat, nuclear has increased, even gas peaker has decreased, but if we add the renewables to it, this was for the time period 2009 to 2019, we see enormous price decreases of electricity from solar, also from wind, and this trend of declining prices has continued over the years. This can be explained a bit better by these pictures, where we have on the x-axis the capacity, and on the y-axis the levelized cost of energy, and you see that with increasing capacity, for example, installed solar capacity, wind, and so on, you see a decrease in prices. So this is a very important, what's often referred to as virtuous cycle, where higher capacity, so more deployment, leads to a fall in prices, which makes those types of renewables more competitive, creates new markets. Lower prices therefore increases demand, which leads to higher capacity, which has again impacts on prices and so on. That's why this notion of the virtuous cycle, and we see that it's an estimate for this year's for 2025 spending on electricity, solar, then grid expenditure, which is highly necessary given the intermittent nature of renewables, then wind and so on, have become the biggest spending in the global electricity sector. So that is fantastic news, and the previous picture now shows this reflection also in the current spending. So we will have a further continuation of this virtuous cycle. But of course there are, and that's one of my interests, also winners and losers across global value chains. So what we need though is a major global restructuring. Here we see a global map from the Visual Capitalist that shows the main export item for different countries in the world, and you see that oil, so petroleum products, coal products, and fossil car vehicles are the main export items for most countries in this world. And then you see for the African continent, for example, at the center of the picture, either in the north, oil production, and then other resources, natural resources in sub-Saharan Africa, and agricultural products, for example. Similarly, Latin America, if you look to the left, or to the west of the global map, and then to the east, coal, Australia, Indonesia, and so on. So these are potentially losers in such an energy transition. What we do though is, with the energy transition, we replace one form of mining with a different form. So instead of coal, gas, and oil, we are digging more and more for rare earth minerals and other minerals, materials required for renewables. So there is no free lunch, as economists call it. So we need some form of inputs that have, of course, different effects on ecosystems, less so on climate change in this instance. So coal is one of the potentially of the big losers, but that's not reflected in reality yet. So we see that coal over the years has still been increasing in terms of global coal consumption, as this picture on the right shows at least until 2023, but nothing much has changed in the last 1.5 years or so. Value chains and jobs associated with the European energy transition. You see the job losses from fossil fuels at in the negative range. So these are the ones that are lost, but they are more than outweighed within Europe. Certainly, you see that on the positive numbers, the bars going upwards within Europe. On the left is within Europe, and on the right is along non-European value chains. So you have more losses in non-European countries associated with the extraction of fossil fuels, but also they are compensated by jobs created through the energy transition. One of the biggest policies, of course, to enable such an energy transition is carbon pricing. The idea is that taxes or through trading mechanisms, prices for carbon-intensive products and fuels are increasing, and therefore renewables and other non-carbon-intensive products are becoming more competitive. Problem is, though, that the global community, even though agreeing to carbon pricing and talking about carbon taxation and having existing in many countries, those are more than offset by global fossil fuel subsidies that have been soaring in the wake of the Russian invasion in the Ukraine, in the wake of the COVID crisis and so on. So they have been increasing, as you see here on these bars, ever-growing fossil fuel subsidies that have been more than offsetting 3 times the mitigation effect through global carbon pricing mechanisms. And of course, they have also distributional effect. The bigger energy consumers are rich households, and they tend to benefit from such subsidies. They have distributional impacts through our policies. Let's focus on the biggest such policy framework, at least within the EU, the EU Green Deal. So here we were interested to look at the potential spillover effects of the Green Deal. So if we use land within Europe to sequester carbon, to produce biofuels, where is the food coming from, where are the agricultural products coming from, and they will have a footprint, they will require land intensification or deforestation even in other countries. Here we see a map of deforestation triggered by certain measures of the EU Green Deal. We looked at 3 environmental indicators: cropland demand and deforestation at the bottom left, carbon emissions through deforestation center, and biodiversity loss associated with deforestation. And here we see the scenarios we ran on different EU policy. So if you look at the right bars of this figure, I don't want to spend too much time now on the different scenarios. So organic agriculture requires more land. And left, you can see some of the countermeasures: phasing out biofuels, deforestation-free wood in imports. Diet change especially also has enormous saving potential in terms of carbon emissions and biodiversity. This reflects other studies that have shown less meat consumption, for example, vegan diets and so on, can make an important contribution. The question is implied in a way on the Green Deal discussion is there land grab? Do we consume resources elsewhere without proper compensation? There's also the notion of water grab, resource grab, and neocolonialism through renewables. And so we investigated that in this study, where we looked at 10 environmental indicators and the share of damage along value chains that countries suffer from EU consumption of agricultural products mainly, and vis-a-vis the benefits in terms of job creation and value added or contribution to GDP. And so the further to the left you are, if you have a ratio of less than 1, then you are getting more benefits in terms of shares of GDP than environmental damage, share of environmental damage. And you see that Western European countries, EU countries, Netherlands, France, Germany, all have higher shares of benefits than higher shares of costs due to their engagement in value chains, global value chains. The picture is a bit different for the US, Poland, China, and other developing countries, and also interestingly, Southern European countries tend to have larger share of damage than GDP contributions through their engagement in these value chains due to their position in value chains and the type of agricultural products in this instance contributed to EU consumption. The fact is that we will have stranded assets, so if we move away from from fossil fuels to renewables, we have to close down our current capacity prematurely. That's what's referred to as stranded assets. So we lose assets, but we argued here that stranded assets are unavoidable. Both action and inaction on climate change will create such stranded assets. For example, in case we don't take action, we will of course be able to save our fossil fuel industries, but we might lose urban assets in coastal areas due to flooding. Infrastructure becomes less useful in extreme weather events. Cropland suffers from droughts, and we see more and more studies on effects on coffee beans, for example, other agricultural products also. Power generation, as I showed in my very first slide on the nuclear power plants, could become stranded through insufficient cooling. So no matter what we do or not do, we will have stranded assets or suffer losses due to action or inaction. So we can choose in a way. So some final thoughts. Let me summarize. I started out with the Scientific American article stating that this last hot summer was the coolest for the rest of your life, given the trajectory we're on. Then I pointed out the responsibility, how it differs within and between countries, that the countries responsible and consumer groups within countries are the ones least affected, and the ones least contributing to the problem are the most vulnerable. The supply chain thinking, we argue, is very important to identify the spillover effect. So the Green Deal, for example, we have to be smart about implementing, as there are unintended effects along global value chain, again affecting the poorest countries. Therefore, we should have target climate and inequality at the same time. And with that, I thank you and open the floor for questions.
All right. All right. Thank you very much for Professor Bajak for your insightful presentation. Before we start the Q&A session, Professor Bajak, you want to say something or you want to give additional explanation about your presentation?
Oh, thanks for the opportunity. I think my last slide does summarize my main thoughts, which is that we need to look at inequality in our carbon mitigation action. And I gave a global picture, but of course, there are interesting regional differences, which I've shown also with the global maps, in that some countries are more vulnerable and more coal dependent at this point, and therefore they will need slightly different trajectories. So, for example, Indonesia now is moving towards or has already implemented a trading scheme, a carbon trading scheme for the power sector. And it's highly coal dependent and also an exporting country. And so the story here is a little bit different than from other countries. But the fact is that we have to move away from fossil fuels, but have to take regional differences into account and local vulnerabilities, for example. So, but I'm curious to hear your questions.
All right. Thank you, Professor Kubacek, for the additional explanation about the presentation. We move to the Q&A session. For all participants, kindly share your questions in the chat box and I will read them aloud. Maybe for the first session of for the first Q&A session, please 3 participants can ask the question directly for Professor Kubacek in the chat box. All participants, if you have a question, please, you can ask the question, your question. For committees also, if you have question, you can ask the question, please.
Excuse me.
All right, Ibu Anita.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Professor Klaus. I'm so interested in the slide that shows the purest, only the purest stay within their share of the planetary boundaries. And the second slide with the that shows the virtuous cycle. That slide shows that wealthier groups exceed planetary boundaries, while the virtuous cycle shows how adoption can lower costs and accelerate change. How can businesses use such cycles to curb overconsumption and keep economic growth within safe ecological limits? Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is a very interesting question in terms of can we achieve permanent economic growth within planetary boundaries? And over the last 50 years or so, ever since we had this discussion about sustainable development and limits to growth, we had new concepts such as decoupling, where we claim that we can decouple economic growth from environmental impacts, or sustainable growth, or green growth. But the problem is, no matter what growth, we have environmental limits. And I think the planetary boundaries show that nicely. So if we move away from fossil fuels, then we need for the renewables potentially more land, which then, as I've shown in the Green Deal story, then we need to grow biofuels, for example, which competes with cropland, which affects the poorest people, of course, or we need to stop drilling for oil and gas, but we need for the renewables, for solar, wind, for hydrogen, we need platinum, we need cobalt, we need rare earth minerals, so we need to extract enormous amounts of resources from the ground, all of which have environmental impact. So there is a limit to growth, as a famous study in the 70s of more than 50 years ago was arguing. And so what we need to have is an economy that's less resource requiring, and also consumption patterns, especially in rich countries, that are less needing resources, right? So restructuring in terms of fossil fuels to greener type of production and energy, and a reduction of consumption in the rich countries. But then, of course, and that was my very last comment, there are countries that are still in the need to catch up. So what does that mean for companies? I think that was part of your question. I think companies need to be aware of those global mega trends and move towards production and products that are more in keeping with those planetary boundaries. But that's, of course, a very, very I hope that at least partially answers your question.
All right, Professor Hubacek. We move to the second questions from Lubna Salsabila. So I read her questions. The Professor Hubacek, in many contexts, there is a gap between technological potential and actual implementation. From your perspective, what kinds of policy incentives or institutional support are most critical to ensure that digital technologies can be widely adopted and sustained? Please, you can answer the question, Professor.
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's another big question. So the first part I understand is which policy measures, right? And so what I perceive is inconsistencies in policies that, for example, many countries and policymakers argue we need carbon pricing, we need carbon taxation, or trading, carbon trading schemes. But at the same time, these countries still provide subsidies and support of fossil fuel extraction and production. And so there's this inconsistency and contradiction where one type of policy more than offsets other ones. And so there are many examples also here in the Netherlands where we subsidize solar and heat pumps, for example, and at the same time have high electricity prices that make heat pumps then economically unaffordable, for example. And so the second question was the digital economy, if I understood correctly. And so that's a really interesting one. And that's a new area of research, of course. And so AI, for example, are the components of that big term digitalization and digital economy will increase productivity, or at least that's the hope. And we are in that new wave. And so higher productivity could mean higher output, of course, which then means accelerated growth, which has, of course, the side effects and environmental impacts I was talking about. It can also mean efficiency, but efficiency again doesn't. It also increases growth and the environmental impacts. There's what's referred to as the rebound effect. And then the digital economy, and especially as we see now with AI, has huge energy consumption impacts. They're very energy hungry, and we see that in the needs of the data centers, for example, that create enormous amounts of carbon emissions. So there are all kinds of interesting aspects to this very big question. So I can not answer that in that time frame, but I hope I gave you some pointers with regards to your question.
All right. Thank you, Professor Bacek. For all participants, you can ask the question. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mbak Lupa. Sure.
Excuse me, can I ask a question?
All right. Sure. You can
Okay,
ask.
thank you. Thank you very much. Introduce, my name is Matfira Maulani, and I am from Hasanuddin University, Makassar, South Sulawesi. I do really interest about this subject because it's really, it's a big issues right now for the Gen Z actually. Well, right now I'm working as a industry where I work in supply chain actually. So I want to ask you about a few questions, but maybe this one is just a simple question actually. Well, is that any is there any acceleration of emission in the post-pandemic period contribute to the rise in global temperature? And also, how does this condition affect the fulfillment of raw material in supply chain? Because the last your last subject says that your last summer is what is it? Your last summer.
The hottest summer for the rest of your life.
Yes, it is. Then, and I feel like it is actually happened today. So, what do you think about that? Thank you very much, Professor.
Okay, so as I understand it, you were saying that your first question was, so since the pandemic, have the temperatures going up, and we see that almost every year is a new heat record.
Yes.
You know, temperatures are indeed going up, but of course there can still be anomalies because we look at 30-year time windows to make sure that natural fluctuation and El Nino years are taken account of. But just in terms of CO2 emissions or greenhouse gas emissions, not only CO2, every year we have more than the previous year. So we have another 40 gigatons, roughly, a bit more, put into the atmosphere every year. And so even after the Paris Agreement, after COVID, we keep adding this trend. So you have seen that black line going towards net zero, but we are going up. We're going the wrong direction. So it's like driving on a highway. You're driving with your car and you realize you're going the wrong direction. But all you do is argue, how shall we change the direction? Shall we turn around or shall we go to the left, or shall we go to the right? But you keep driving, and this is what we are doing. We keep driving and not changing much at this point. And so then the next question was about supply chains. And so, of course, we see many studies looking at particular commodities, and I mentioned coffee beans, and there was a study on beer consumption or hops. And so many of these are affected by climate change. Crop patterns are moving, the pollination periods due to the birds' migration, everything is changing, some quicker, some slower, and we don't quite know to what extent, right? So, but all of that will affect supply chains in the future. But for the next 10 years, then, it's climate change is a long-term process. So what can I say to a supply chain manager? You are more interested in what happens over the next year and the next 5 years. And there might not be real changes due to climate change. Of course, there's more frequency in terms of heat events and fires. We have just last week, there was an article about record fires in Europe. That will also affect your supply chains, but it's unpredictable. We don't know where it's burning or if there's a drought next summer in Australia and how it affects your supply chain. That's very difficult to answer, but it's a very nice question. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you.
All right, Professor Kubacek, we have one more question from Agistio Purboyo. I read his question. Professor Kubacek, I would like to ask, what is the best strategy to drive the condition of using non-renewable energy to renewable energy, inclusively among the local community and small medium enterprises to make them more concerned about the environment situation? Thank you.
So the question, if I understand correctly, is how to support the energy transition in local communities. Did I understand that correctly? So, and that's of course a super important question. I was talking mainly at the national, regional, and global level, but action happens at home, at the local level, in towns, villages, at the urban level, right? And so that's a really good question. I think thinking about myself and my household, so what can I do, right? At the community level, how can I participate? Studies show that it's local leadership that makes the difference. It's local mayors that can galvanize action. So I think it's a little bit for all of us to be responsible consumers, to be good participants and leaders in local initiatives. And I think I know it's a big question that you ask here, but given the time, I think I would plead for our collective responsibility as consumers and citizens and leaders to take action in the right direction. Thank you.
All right, Professor Kubacek, the Q&A session is finished, but the last but not least, Professor Eko, you want to say something, bro?
Yeah, Klaus, actually, I have a question for you. When you talking about the net carbon and you have a data on that one, and I'm really interested about that one. Yeah, when we're talking about the net carbon, we always encourage all the country focus on the renewable energy. We have to avoid the resources that's not coming from non-renewable energy. But in your slide here, you just mentioned about the coal. So when you see in the charts, so it seems that China, particularly Asia Pacific, is consume more coal than other country. So it seems that Asia Pacific produce carbon more than other region. However, do you have any data that those countries, for example, in Europe, North America, they still use gas, they still use oil to produce their energy or the electricity? Because in my opinion, it's a bit biased if only so the coal consumption. But I know that in terms of the global context, I think more than 75% the global consumption resources they are coming from coal, gas, and then oil. And only a few people they focus on the renewable energy. So what do you think about that one? Are there any data that we can do some comparison that actually when we're talking about net carbon, actually most of the country in the world, sometimes they don't care. They only focus on the economics, they only use their own resources, and they don't care about this is coming from dirty resources or not. What do you think? I think that's my comment that I really want to know about you, because I just wondering if we only bias only one source that we call it coal, because we have another issue about the renewable energy as well, to make sure that net carbon can be implemented smoothly in the global context. As you mentioned before, the summer now is very changing. So the summer now is very hot, as well as Indonesia. Currently, Indonesia is very hot as well, hotter than before. I think that's all. Thank you very much, Klaus.
Thank you, Echo. That wasn't one question, there was many questions, but let me try to give some answers to that. So certainly the data, we do have the data.
Yeah.
The data exists. I used in some instances here and I think even that last slide was the International Energy Agency, and so we know for all countries the the energy mix and so on. So that that we can find, no problem. And you're right. Coal and oil, gas is still the predominant form of energy. And unfortunately, it's not going to change quickly. An increasing amount of renewables.
Yep.
And I've shown that in my slides too. But it's not an energy transition, it's an energy addition. Because energy demand is growing so quick that not even the fast growth of renewables is catching that growth. And then for different countries, we see that Scandinavia, for example, and also Austria for electricity production is almost close to 100% renewables. So we see some success stories. Transport, of course, still or but then again, we see in some countries, Norway almost entirely electricity based, so EVs, China, even Nepal, so developing countries, that many new cars are electric vehicles or growing numbers. So there's some success stories, but the main story is still fossil fuel dominates, and you're right there.
All right. Yeah. Thank you very much indeed,
Thanks for
Klaus,
your
for your
very interesting
explanation.
question.
Yeah, I just wondering and think to be critical, because I got that one from you, as you are my. Thank you. Thank you. Not coming, your voice.
Thank you. It was very nice seeing you again.
Suaranya belum masuk. Your voice. Yep.
Right. All right. Thank you very much, Professor Hubacek, for your generosity in sharing your expertise with us today. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would also like to extend my gratitude to all of you on site and online for your active participation. Your engagement truly makes this conference meaningful. As we move forward, let us carry the spirit of collaboration and innovation, reminding ourselves that sustainability is not just an academic pursuit, but a Once again, thank you very much, Professor Hubacek. And thank you to all participants for such as dynamic exchange. This concludes our keynote session. We will now continue with the second parallel sessions, where discussion will dive deeper into specific terms of sustainability and technology. Please kindly follow the session schedule provided, and we wish you all fruitful discussion ahead. So we will start the second parallel session in
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, close and everyone.
Wait.
Yunus.
Ya buat acara ini buat back song kayak gitu, back songnya buat bumper. Iya kayak nyatanya lebih enak. Nanti malam selesai.
kamera. Nggih. Kurang kiri dikit aja. Wait, biar simetris.
Oh, delay. Bentar. Bentar.
Start the closing ceremony on 3, 2, 1, go.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back, and we hope that everyone had a very productive day, and we have learned so much from this conference. So now we will move toward the most important part of our conference. We hope that everyone is waiting for that important part, which is to start the rewarding ceremony, in which we will acknowledge and incentivize the people in the best paper, best presenter, and best participant category. So without a further ado, so let's see who are the presenters and participant and the people who got this reward. Yeah, let's see.
And for the base paper in the break room 2, it would be Munawir Sadali Razak, Herdianti et al. And the best paper for the break room 3, it would be Eko Masudi, Bambang Irawan, and et al. The best paper in the break room 4, it would be Sylvia Rahmadina, Bambang Irawan, et al. For the best paper in the break room 5, it would be Teguh Ismartono, Lendi Wibisana, et al. For the best paper in the break room 6, okay, for the best presenter in the break room 2, first, the break room 1, it would be Andi Setiawan. And also the break room 2, it would be Diang Rahmadanti Irmi. And the break room 3, it would be Ezra Siregar. And also in the break room 4, it would be Dewanto Harjuno Wibowo. In the break room 5, it would be Asis Purwanti. And the break room 6, it would be Nico Mang Ayu Septiani. And the break room 7, it would be Ilima Azmi. And the last one, the best participant during the presentation. The best participant one is the Amirah Kalmilah Namura Lubis. Best participant 2 is Megasari Nur Fatanti. And best participant 3 is Zulfikar Al Hafiz. Best participant 4 is Anita Asnauli. So that would be the best participant. So that would be the best paper presenter and participant. So for the last, it would be the closing remark from Prof. Eko. Prof. Eko, the floor is yours.
Oke. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Rabbi sholli sadri wa yassir tata misalnya ya khayyuqali. Thanks to Allah, so we can coming and we want to close the event but not finish these activities. So once again, we want to close this event but not finish the activities. Secondly, salawat and salam we have to send to our Prophet Muhammad that we are waiting for his help in the end of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say many thanks indeed to all the invited speakers, partners, co-hosts, reviewers, especially as well. I would like to say thank you very much indeed to all of the organizing committee, Tiara, Reda, Diva, Yunus, Rizal, Rindi, Rizky, Stefani, Faisal Akbar, and then those that I cannot say one by one, because if I say one by one, it will be finished until midnight. And there are a few things that I would like to say. First, after we have closed this event, the next one, we want to focus on the output of the conference. So I really want to remind to all of the participants. First, after this, we want to do some edits and maybe we want to change some your article to following the requirement of the publisher. So once again, to following the requirement of the publisher. So I really need help you and I really need your responsibility. Because maybe I and also the staff of E-Government and Sustainability Institute will give some comment and maybe some revision, but the person who should submit the article, it should be you. So this is the first one that I would like to remind you. The second one, currently we have two publishers that already work with us. The first one is IUP. The second one is 3S Web of Science. So some of your article will go to IUP publisher, will be indexing Scopus, and then 2E3S Web of Science will be indexing in Scopus and Web of Science as well. So this is the second announcement that I would like to say. So please still stay tuned with our email, and please make sure, because we will finish by next week. So once again, we want to finish all the outcome by next week, because A3S already remain to us. Ya Tiara ya. So because A3S already remain to us, then the deadline for all the submission will be 30 of September. So I really need your response. I really need you have to focus to this process, because all the article after we are review and something like that, we will send it to the publisher. I think we accepted, but all the decision after that based on the publisher decision. So I really need to do so. Last but not least, we will meet up again maybe next year. There are a few things that we are looking for. Maybe the event can be happen in Kalimantan, or maybe the event can be happen in Surabaya. So we want to discuss later about that one. I think that's all for me. Once again, congratulations for the participants who already become best paper, best presenter, and then best article. And the next one maybe will be announced who is the best, the best participant as well as the best co-host. I think that's all for me. Once again, thank you very much. Akhirul kalam. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor, for your closing remarks.
So now we have the wording section on this in this place. So we would like to invite Prof. Eko and Mbak Tiara to the front so that we could give the award for the best paper. Mas Eko Masudi et al. And also best presenter Asti Purwanti from Universitas Brawijaya. Floor is yours.
Please, Prof. Bambang, so please come to the stage and present to the so the best paper award goes to Eko Masudi. For the best presenter, Asti Purwanti. So again, we like to congratulate the recipient of best paper, best presenter, and best participant. So then and those presenter who haven't got the award, so you don't need to lose hope. Inshallah, you will prepare and come next year. Maybe next year you can get the award for best paper. Yes. So that concludes our conference for this year. So we would like to thank all the speakers, presenters, and participants for attending the second International Conference on Sustainability and Technology in Climate Change. So we are very happy for your participation, and we hope we will see you again next year for the third International Conference on Sustainability and Technology in Climate Change. Okay. So thank you for everyone, and we will conclude by this. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Before
Before we end our session, for the very last, for everyone that attend the Zoom meeting, please kindly open your camera for the photo session, so that we could have a memory.
all the offline participant, maybe you can come to the stage. We
Yeah.
can have a photo at the stage, and for online participant, you can open your camera. Yeah, everyone please on the stage.
Please come. Betul, Bobot. Ya, ada yang di depan, ada yang di belakang. Silakan, Mas Bang. Mbak Sih.
Ya, mungkin pas bagian di atas ya.
Iya, silakan deh. Ya. Ayo, please. All the participant, all the organizing committee, please come and join. Ya, come. Ada yang naik?
Ada sebelah kanan.
Kalau di multi ada namanya Yuni Mas Eko. Itu ya angkatan.
Oh, itu. Ya, sebelah sini. Agak ke belakang. Stop.
Saya
Ya, nggak apa-apa. Ya, di sini aja. Agak
Mepet.
aja.
ini miring. Iya.
Yang online, please open your camera so we can take a picture together because we already put on screen your face on your screen.
Ya di belakangnya aman. Jadi gantian.
Oke.
Kalau banyakkan moto nggak ada fotonya.
Ini enggak ada enggak?
No, from that one, from the middle.
Naik pula. Go right. Sana ya spot. Wait.
Ayo. Reda, join. Dadah.
Wait.
Dua.
Yogyakarta.
Oke, gantian.
Formal. One more formal.
Apa lagi ya?
Yeah. And freestyle. Yeah, freestyle.
Fotoin pegawai.
Foto pegawainya.
It's okay.
Oke, Mas.
Formal. Oke, freestyle. Thank you everyone. See you.
Udah.
See you all the participants, online and offline. Thank you very much. We want to close the
Untuk komite setelah ini bakal ada evaluasi.
Back yang berarti.
Biar ini bisa share screen yang depan.
Jangan lupa untuk ada di sini.
Terima kasih, Bu.
Saya kalau presiden ngomong dulu. Siapa?
I participated in the international conference of sustainability, technology, and environmental management. Really, this is a very insightful and fun topic for me. And I have seen participants participated with very actively and very nice presentation was presented and very good presentations with many tips. I totally believe many tips will be accepted by the next journals and it will be published and it will be very Thank you, Jalan Community, for organizing this nice and time demanding and thank you so much. Thank you.
Let's go. Fortuna. What do I say? 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 1 minute. Just 1 minute. 1 hour. 1 hour. All right. 1, 2, 3. Wait. Stop. I want to start from the back. Okay. Hi, let's go. All right. Ready? Okay. 1, 2, 3. Hello everyone, my name is Michael Pinjera. I'm from Nigeria, student at the University of Nigeria. I'm a volunteer at the Musical School of Government. I'm so happy to join the conference. Stop! Hey, Let's go. Hello everyone, my name is Michael Pinjera. I'm a student at the University of Jakarta. I'm so happy to join the second international conference on sustainability and technology. And today I serve as a volunteer with this for me, and I hope for the next year, friend, we can also be a participant in the presenter of public and volunteer also. Thank you. Buat profil. One thing ya. What do you feel? Yeah, okay, again. Right. One thing, no edit, right? No edit. Alright. You ready? Alright. Mana dulu set.
New experience because we have another keynote speech for Europe, and also we have another participant from Middle East, and that's it. Thank you very much. Action. Yeah. Thank you so much for arranging this conference. So we learned so much from it. Not only we able to know about the researchers' work, but also we able to connect with the different researchers. So we can able to connect with them in the future for collaboration and innovation. So that conference was a very good platform for that. And every participant can have done tremendous job, and we hopefully that next year will be more participant and more detailed research in the university.
Thank you.
Yeah. Next year background music.
Ini background kan gede nih, Mas.
Music ya.
Oke.
Jelas.
Oh ya. Saya enggak. Ini gedean ini anak saya ya. Assalamualaikum. Hello everyone. On behalf of Government Sustainability Institute, we are really happy you have come and joined to the second conference today, and we are looking forward to meeting you again for the next conference on the third SDC3. Congratulations for everyone and see you again. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam.
Oh ya, semangat yang kita ya sini. Mudah-mudahan lemas ini.
Kamu mau masih ada? Mas Faisal?
Wait.